boy. Oh boy. Let's see if we can figure something. Alright, let's update the hub. It's been complaining about that for years at this point. They implemented a light theme. Maybe not. "3D Core," yeah. Project name, we're gonna name it North Valheim. But remember how long it takes to make a new project. Oh. Album is this special edit version. This is from the remake. Weird. Bidirectional light. Never had that before. Alright, calm down. Hello, Cabe. So, 3D. How does this work? Very good question. But it's honestly, I think, not that big of a deal. 3D object. We'll just work with the basic squares and shit that they've got. First, we just make a quad. Then we rotate it in the x-axis. There. 90 degrees. Same there. But its scale is only 1. Let's make it like 10. Well, oh, that's neat. Mesh collider. So now we have a floor. We we have a default material here. Duplicate array element. But the default material, I think if you make a new material, it's basically the default material. And then if you go to the quad and you toss this in, then now you should have access to some things here. You can enable albedo, green. There. Now you've got some grass. Great. And then we'll add a capsule. We've got the capsule. This is typically what they do. They use the capsule. Now where's the camera? So if we play the game now, we get this. Now we have a little plane and we have a little guy there. Very cool. And he has a shadow. That's kind of neat, to be honest. That's all it takes to have a shadow. And now that we have these two things, like how do we make it do things? That's the real question, right? So typically, if you want to work in Unity and you just want to do Unity stuff, all you need to do is you go to the capsule and then you add component. You type in rigid body. You add a rigid body to it. Now it has mass, it has drag, it has gravity. So what happens if we play now? Now it fell. Go up here to the position, we drag it up again. It falls down and it lands on the quad. Congratulations. Now you have gravity and collision. And if you then want something more on it, we have to make a custom script. So player control. Then here in player controls. So there is something I have to look up, but what you do basically is just you go in an update and you type if input.getButton, and then you need a string, and then you have forward. And this is where I need to go in, because when you are working with a rigid body, well, maybe we don't need to go in. We can do this. Rigid body, start, rigid body equals get component, rigid body. This is just so it becomes easier to access, otherwise you have to do get component everywhere. So you do rigid body dot, and then you have a bunch of crap here. But what you need to make things move in the physics system in Unity is this, I think. Add force. Add force at position. As a result, this will apply a torque and force on the object. Add relative force. Adds a force to the rigid body relative to its coordinate system. I don't know what that means. Adds torque. I don't know it. I don't even know what torque means. Isn't that like turning? Get point velocity. Is sleeping. Move position. Moves the kinematic rigid body towards the position. Set density. Well, let's just try add force. But I think this is where this comes in. If you want to add force forward, then you type vector 3 dot forward. And then you also have force mode. What is that? Acceleration, force, impulse, velocity change. Add a continuous acceleration to the rigid body, ignoring its mass. Add a continuous force to the rigid body using its mass. Right. Add an instant force impulse to the rigid body using its mass. Add an instant velocity change. Let's try using acceleration. And if we press backward, back there, that's 0, 0, minus 1, and this is 0, 0, 1. And while we're at it, we can add ray right, ray left, type vector 3 right, and then type vector 3 left. But then first we have to go into project settings, input, horizontal, vertical, forward, that's W. Well, what you can do here is we can name this accelerate, or I don't know what else to call it, but let's just call it accelerate. Then we can have a positive button and we can have a negative button. And that way, instead of doing this, we can do get axis raw. And we call this accelerate. And what does it return? that returns a value between 0 it's from -1 to 1. So then we do if that equals 1, then we move forward. Then we do this here. Then if accelerate is -1. Or let's be more let's do it better. If accelerate is less than 0, and this should be if accelerate is greater than 0. And this, let's call this strafe, and we do the same thing here. Get axis raw. If strafe is greater than 0, then we go to the right. If strafe is less than 0, then we go to the left. Change this to strafe, positive D, negative A. That. So. Now what happens if we start it? Ow! Oh, wow! Oh, that's not what I was expecting, but it works. I was expecting him to like continue standing up, but no! Ah! Let's change this mesh into a sphere, maybe. Or a cube. A sphere might get annoying. Alright. It's a die. Can make a cube. Kind of fun. He needs a texture. Well, how would I follow this ball though? Because this be a lot bigger. Now we have a world. And my ball can just go and disappear. Oh, where is it? There it is. It does spin, but we can... Alright, we can add a texture to it. Maybe. Hold on. Alright, let's do a little bit like this. A quick one. Fuck, do you draw things? Well, that's something. Emote while we're going. Alright, we've got an Aerith. Had some legs and arms too. Mega Man jump. Alright, let's see here. Rippos. Not Valheim. Assets. Rights. Aerith. Now, how do you actually add a texture? It needs to have a renderer. Canvas renderer, mesh renderer, sprite renderer, title map renderer, billboard renderer, skinned mesh renderer. Is that it? No. Whoops. Oh, wait. You do it something like this, right? Normal map, main maps, albedo, rendering mode, cutout, fade, secondary map, detail, albedo, tiling, offset. No, I have to actually Google this. To see how to add texture to material. How do I apply a texture to an object? You apply it to the material, but I still can't see that. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. You add your texture to the material. Blah 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 blah. Okay, you didn't actually tell anyone how to do anything. Click the dot button next to albedo. Okay. Oh, it's so stretched and ugly. Let's see what we've got going here. I've got a texture here. Sprite. Point. Oh, Aerith is rolling around. But as you can see, it doesn't exactly correspond to the ball turning. And I think that's because we're adding force to the ball, but I'm not actually trying to make a ball roll. I'm just trying to make the character move. The character isn't supposed to be a ball. But it does start spinning because it has drag. Now, what's our next goal? Trying to think. Do this. Because what I want to do is I want to write a script for the camera to follow you, like a third-person camera. And I'm just wondering how you would do that on a ball that's rolling. Because you can't match the... you can't match the rotation or anything, so you'd have to just make it follow the position. But what you would want for that is for the mouse to also affect the character's rotation, and it should also and that should also affect which way counts as forward. Hello, Mordenstein. That helped you? Is it a PewDiePie video?
So it's a step by step.
How to make a video game in Unity? Yeah. I don't want to watch a YouTube series. We'll figure it out. I'm good enough at Unity now that I can just Google things. Usually you don't need to watch more than like one video or series or whatever. And then you can kind of figure it out. Because I do understand how to do it, more or less. What you need to do is you need the main camera. I just need to figure out the exact. Do it. The camera needs third person camera. I'm sure there's something built in, maybe. Something you can do, but fuck it. First we need a public game object target course, and then the difficult part really is getting used to all the axes in but Y seems to be up. So Z is another X axis. That's how you should be thinking about it, I think. We should make that a little bit bigger. There. And we've got the target, then in update we should do transform dot position. How would you move the camera I think you need to have two different things. You need to have public vector 3 This is where things are gonna get weird, because I haven't really done that before. But you need like a camera rotation thing. And camera's distance. And then we can just straight up do if input dot scroll delta no, you do camera distance plus equals dot scroll delta. X leave, because Y that would be horizontal. Oh, it should be Y. X should be horizontal scroll. And then we should have, I kind of want to have a button to turn it on and off. Mouse lock. If, let's just make it be input dot get key mouse lock equals mouse, not mouse lock. And then we do if mouse lock, then we do cursor dot lock state equals cursor lock mode dot hot, else cursor dot lock state equals cursor lock mode none. And see, what I'm thinking is something like this. You kind of just set the transform dot position to be equals target dot transform dot position. Like that. Because that will set the camera to be exactly inside the object. And then you need to add your camera distance. And then modify that by your camera rotation. And that's where things become dicey, because I don't really know how you would do that. It's also like, what counts as behind? Like, that's another question. I think we would be operating on the Z-axis. That. Or maybe not. I don't know. I mean, it depends. If you look at it. I think we basically have to get to choose, rather. Which axis would count as behind, and I think we're gonna do Z. So you set the target transform to be, or the transform of the camera to be the same as target transform, and then we have to So a rotation is 0 to 360. Or 0 to 359 or whatever. I'm just trying to figure out what the math would be. I'm sure there's an easier way to do this, but... Because we would have to rotate it around the object based on the distance that we're away from it. The hell would you do that? If we're 1 away from it and we rotate 90 degrees, that means that we are now 1 away from it. In the X instead. But I don't know if we really need to bother with that. Because the transform position will be affected by the rotation already. So if we just do transform.position.z, that's camera distance. Now you have to do new vector 3 on transform.position. That's kind of weird in my opinion, but plus camera distance. And then that means that we are away there. I think we're gonna have to Google this. This is a little bit too complicated to figure out on our own. Unity. Third person camera. What are they saying? Hold on. Project setup. Create directional light, create plane. We're adding some grids and shit. Take the main camera, move it and rotate it into a position above and behind the camera. All of the cameras we're going to create will need a target, something to look at or follow. So let's create a basic player we can move around with arrow keys. Yep. Look at camera. This is the most basic third-person camera. It sits in a fixed location in the 3D world and tracks its target like a turret. No, that's not what we want. Oh yeah, I think you have transform look at. Wanted to figure out the math myself. Dungeon crawler camera. Camera sits above the player and moves relative to the character, but never rotating. The follow camera. This type of camera is commonly used in platforming games like Mario Galaxy. The camera sits behind and above the player and rotates around the character as they turn. Like the dungeon crawler camera, the follow camera is going to need a public attribute for a target as well as an offset. The offset should be set in the start method. Orient the camera behind the target. We first need to get the angle of the target and turn it into a rotation in the late update method. Quaternion rotation. Quaternion.Euler, desired angle. We can then multiply the offset by the rotation to orient the offset the same as the target. We then subtract the result from the position of the target. Keep looking at the player. Transform.LookAt target transform. So the look at is the tricky part here. Alright, let's try it. Offset equals target dot transform dot position minus transform dot position. And we need a void late update. Float desired angle equals target dot transform dot Euler angles dot y. Quaternion rotation equals quaternion of Euler 0 desired angle 0. Transform dot position equals target dot transform position minus rotate minus rotation transform dot look at target dot trans. Alright, let's see how fucked up that's gonna be. Target. Aerith. Alright. I think it got fucked up because the offset is set in start, so Aerith needs to be assigned already. But yeah, it doesn't work with a ball. That's for sure. So let's turn Aerith into something else. Or rather... Is it drag? Let's turn off the drag. No? Use gravity, constraints, freeze position. Yeah, right. Freeze rotation. Why? Freeze all rotations. But now she can't move. She might be able to if we add more force. No, I'm not sure if force is the right thing to add. Woo! Okay, she is moving. Woo! Alright, let's add some more objects. Just so we can tell what the hell is going on. And so we can get that micro stutter that Light really wants. So, don't like the tree. And then we add rigid bodies to them. But yeah, now we're moving around. Objects here, we can actually crash into them, I think. No. Where is Aerith? Drag is friction, right? Yeah, it's how quickly she stops and how heavily she moves. Angular drag. And what that is. I think that's just the rotation. Is kinematic, interpolate. Collision detection, discrete. Now, which rotations do we want? I only want Y rotation. So we want to have Y rotation. Let's unfreeze Y. And what if we do transform dot rotation dot rotate? I don't really understand what Eulers are. Equals new vector 3, right? Now it's a quaternion. What is a quaternion? Right? We need to do rotate. And for that we need Eulers. Let's just do 0. Vector 3. Mouse position hold. Then we'll do here position hold equals input dot mouse position vector 3. We'll also set it here. And then we do mouse position hold minus dot x dot y. Minus input dot mouse position. No. No. We're rotating the Y, but we're doing it based on is relative to. Relative to. Oh, let's just do rotate. See what happens. Yeah. The direction is not based on where we are looking, but we are successfully rotating around her. Well, no, she is rotating. Aerith is rotating. But the rotation isn't affecting the force. So how do we add force forward? Be angry how easy this is? Well, I mean, not very hard. And for C, you would use some library as well that would make it easy. For C++, there's something called SFML, I think. One. But even then, you need to know how to do it. Otherwise, it still takes forever. As you can see, we're slowing down. Unity. Add force in direction. We need to use add relative force.
Oh shit! Oh no! 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 Stop! Oh no! Oh no! Stop rotating, you fucking bitch!
Because she doesn't have any angular drag. Where'd they go? Oh! Go back. I want to go back home. I can't tell what's happening. Alright, let's restart. Okay, Alex. Yeah, this is pretty good. Oh no! Alright. At least she stops now. Let's add a lot of drag. I don't know if that's too much drag though. Ah. Boink. Now this is where the physics system starts grinding my gears. I don't really know if I should. I don't think we should even rotate her Y via the physics system. We can still rotate Y the camera when that's frozen, and now it's not gonna get fucked around. Get weird. Boink. But also, this should be the other way around. I always get this wrong. That. Bonk. 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 And we can also add public float mouse. No, we can have a vector 2 mouse sensitivity. There, and then we do that. X times mouse sense. And then we also have a rotation. Is X we want to rotate? But this, I don't want this to rotate that. I'm just thinking about how to add a mouse aim camera. This is really strange. You just have to know how this works. Like, they have a quaternion here. And they're just multiplying a position or a vector 3 with a quaternion. What the fuck does that return? What the fuck is a quaternion? This sounds Red Dead Redemption music, that's probably copyrighted. Desired angle. I don't know what to call it. Vertical angle. And then we try adding vertical angle to here. See what happens. Oh, now it doesn't work at all. Mouse sense needs to be 1. Yeah, it works. Not sure about the mouse sensitivity though, it's pretty fucking high. And this button isn't working. Oh, that's because I commented it out. Try now. Also, less mouse sense. Oh, still not working. Where's mouse lock? It's in camera. There. Input key named P is unknown. Right, it's like key code. How do you do this? Key code dot P. That's how you do it. Now we have mouse lock, but it doesn't work at all the way I was hoping that it would. Because now the mouse position just counts. Oh, that makes no sense. It's because it keeps manually moving the mouse up again. Mouse lock locks the camera into the middle of the screen. So now you can't. Well, I can rotate. That's why it like flickers back and forth. I rotate it, but then it gets moved back to the middle, and then it checks that and it's like, okay, the old position was over here, and then it moved back, so then it just moves it back again. I'm not sure how to handle that. Like, when does this get set? But otherwise, we can walk and stuff. Let's add a jump button. Have jump. Jump is space. If input dot get button down, jump. Then we're gonna do this same thing here, except we're actually gonna go back to using non-relative force, and the vector is going to be up times force multiplier, I guess. Jump strength. Now we'll see. Maybe that should be something other than force. Maybe it should be maybe it should be impulse or something. Regardless, the jump strength is at 0. Oh, now we can jump. Oh. The rigid body needs. Well, how? What's the gravity then? Is that based on mass or what? Because I think it gets dragged down too. Kind of weird. Shouldn't you be able to have different drags for different directions? Wait, no. The gravity is set in the project. Somewhere, I think. Physics. Yeah, gravity is there. Let's try something else here. Add explosion force. Well, add force, but force mode should be impulse. Impulse means that it's gonna be lower based on its mass. So instant force impulse, instant velocity change, ignoring its mass. I think that's what we want. We want velocity change upwards. But still bothered by the slow ass gravity. Because it's like I'm going down slower than I'm going up. It's just weird. What should it be then? Because this makes no sense to me. Like, should this be a really high value? Or what? Like, what makes us fall slower? I think that does it. Still really slow though. And I still think the drag affects it. Yeah. That makes no sense. What? Why would I have drag? The same drag on the ground as I have in the air? Am I misunderstanding what drag is supposed to be? We are doing something wrong here as well. It's not necessarily that the drag is incorrect, because we are slowing down, right? The problem is that we are continuously adding force. Is that what we want? Because not really. I just want it to move forward, right? At a steady pace. Let's try doing force on acceleration instead. That seems to make more sense, right? So I don't know why it got changed on the side. Didn't change it there, did I? No, like I left it there as acceleration on purpose. Why did the... What? Do I still have drag here now? Yeah. Okay, so that's why. Get rid of the drag. And now we move forward at infinite speeds. But now the same thing happens here too. That was not the solution. Unity... Physics movement. Oh, wait. All of this as well. This should be in fixed update. First of all. See how that affects it. The physics system is meant to work in the fixed update. Oh, I can't move at all. Oh, I saw a jump there. So 10 force multiplier is not enough now. 20 is not enough. $30 is barely enough to move forward. But I still feel like we are accelerating constantly. What does it actually say here? Velocity, yeah, it just keeps going up. Does it have a max speed? Keeps slowing down. That's... I think characters and such should be using velocity change simply. Like with the jump. Because you acceleration when you're walking kind of sucks. Bonk. Bonk. Now, the drag as well. Kind of weird to work with. Because it doesn't only make you... Like, what's my velocity now? It's hard to gauge because it has... Oh, there's the speed. My speed is 17.6. So what happens if we increase the drag? Now my speed is 4. So the drag affects your actual speed as well, not just your slowdown speed. That makes it kind of weird. Bonk. 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 Oh. Now my mass is super low. It's hard to push them over. Oh. 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 Why is it going sideways? Why am I pushing it sideways when I'm moving into it? Wait, no, I'm not. Am I? That cylinder is moving. I just think I'm not moving it at all. Alright. what should we do about the camera? How do we limit it? Because right now it spins around all the time, vertically, and it makes it so that I'm looking behind myself. So it needs to have some kind of limiting factor. Like it can't go below a certain thing and it can't go above a certain thing. Third person camera. Vertical angle plus. And then we do if vertical angle is less than -90, then vertical angle equals -90. I don't know if these values are correct. If vertical angle is greater than 90, then angle equals 90. Yeah, well, not quite. If I go up here, then it's... It probably has to do with the main camera's starting position. If we set that to rotation 0. All this to 0. See, now it's weird. Because when I move the mouse up, it rotates around to the side as well, and that has something to do with the quaternion stuff. Because that translates the rotation into position values. And what it does in the beginning is it... Put that there, main camera, 24. If they start on the exact same point, happens then. And we have a camera that is a little bit fucked up. We put this at 10, what happens then? Still flips when it gets to 90, but I think that might be... I think that's probably correct. If we set it to greater than or equals to 90, and here we set it to less than or equals to -90, and then instead we set it to 89.99999. Here we set it to how does it behave then? Oh, it still flips it. Alright, be right back. Oh. So, Google, Unity, camera flipping over. The solution in my case was to keep all my rotation manipulations using quaternions. I think using Euler angles did, like I did, introduce gimbal lock, which caused my issues. Once I removed those and did it all using quaternion, the problem was solved. One thing I want to try here, but I think it's a really stupid thing. If we do that. How does that affect the rotation and stuff? Yeah, because we're not using the physics system to move the camera, obviously. I was just I just wanted to see if we could make it collide with the ground in an easy fashion. We'd have to move it with the physics system, and moving the camera with the physics system sounds weird. Maybe that thing I had open already does it. Optional enhancements. For damping. Let's just Google more. Unity third person camera. That's a pretty damn simple way of doing it. That's true. Try that. So if you just take the camera and you put it on Aerith. Dude, where's the camera pointing? Why doesn't it show me where the camera is pointing? I was sure the camera did that. Now it doesn't rotate? Yeah. Yeah. Now you have a camera that just always follows the rotation of the object perfectly. Now it just needs to have a rotation internally. I think. Well, no. Still needs to rotate around. But it should be a lot easier to work with. The question is how to get it to move in an arc around. That has to be quaternion again. How will that behave? It works, but it keeps going go mode once we get to 90. But I want to be able to look up perfectly. That's the thing. So it depends on what the hell is going on here with it. This is something called gimbal lock, I think. Or whatever they're calling it. I get it. But I wish it would... I wish we could just clamp it. It works now, kind of, but it still overshoots the value. So you can see it still rotates when I move it up and down. And that's because the camera is actually rotating around the Z-axis, because it overshoots the vision. But if we just stop at 89... Still does it. Wait, maybe... No, maybe that's not what's going on anymore. Maybe it's fine. I'm rotating the character. Camera is not rotating with the character. Or... That's because of this, right? So now the camera follows the player, yeah. We should look at the script. This looked like it made more sense. I have a player controller there, whatever. EPS camera. Oh, this is a package? Fuck off. Third person controller. Player and camera rotation. Yeah, that's what doesn't make any sense, because we're not rotating the player. However, what you can do a little trick here. Instead of just having Aerith and the main camera, we actually have a sub-object here called... And then we put the camera there. And then instead of following Aerith, we follow the camera point. And... what we can do is... we set vertical angle here, but what we should be setting is camera point, or no, target dot transform dot rotation dot y. Can't set that. Because rotation is a quaternion. That's just fucked up. Now rotate around. Maybe that's what we should have been using. But anyway, rotate. U vector 3. But what are my Eulers? Target dot transform dot Euler angles dot x. Target dot transform dot Euler angles dot y. Target dot transform dot Euler angles dot z. Right. This needs to go y plus that. Maybe. What happens now? Whoa! Whoa! Stop rotating! What? Good chance. Very strange, though. It's a Euler angle. What is a Euler angle? Is that just 0 to 360? Euler? You're an Euler. It says Euler. But I think that's just 0 to... What are the values? Yeah. Yeah. 0 to 360. So... What's going on here? How is that even possible? You see its rotation is just spinning crazy. But why would it do that? Does the mouse count as it's moving or something? That makes no sense. Wrong either way. Did it have something to do with this? Shouldn't this be 0? The entire time? 0, 0, 0, 0. And I move it once. And now it should still be 0, but we don't... It's not long enough to show me. Yeah, it's still 0. So why is it rotating now? Is it flipping out because it has rigid body? this doesn't have one, this doesn't have one. Do you have to do it via a Quaternion? But that makes no sense. I'm just doing it via rotate. What about that? Rotate only rotates once. Yeah, okay. What? What is happening? This makes no sense. At all. Wait, I think I actually know what's happening. This goes Z, X, Y. So this needs to be Z here. This needs to be X. This needs to be Y. Is that correct? No. Still fucked up. Oh, no, 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 no. I understand. I get it. It just changes it. It should just be Z or 0. And then you add something to it. It has nothing to do with the original Euler angles. And if you look, I already used it before correctly. Now it rotates around. So it's rotating too much. How do I clamp the rotation then? What does the quaternion even look like? That doesn't make any sense at all! But we can get the Euler angles. Can we set the Euler angles? Yeah, we can set the Euler angles. That makes more sense. Woke up just to hear the Euler angles. And then we have to do math f.lamp. And the min value should be minus 90, max should be 90. So, value, okay, the value comes first. This song, man, the Dragon Dragoon soundtrack fucking blows. It sounds like a glitch, the entire thing. It keeps... That's Drakengard? I didn't know that. X we need to clamp. So. Fuck. So it's supposed to clamp it to between 90 and minus 90? Did I do something wrong again? Clamp, min, minus 90, max 90. This doesn't make any sense. Like, Aerith's rotation makes sense. It goes between... Once it reaches minus 80, or minus 180, it goes to 80, or 180. So, this should make perfect sense. But it doesn't. Once X reaches... fucking weirdo value... 0, it goes up to 90 again. It always go up to 90. What is happening? That's not how a clamp works, you retard. Alright, let's do it. Let's try this then. More Quaternion. Logs. The angles that I'm getting down here are completely... No, they aren't the same as up there. Why is it so fucked up? Hello, Robert. Made all this with code? No, most of it is just Unity stuff. I made in... we've got a ball that can walk around and jump, and I'm making a third-person camera right now. But it's being fucking retarded. I don't understand. Like, this makes no fucking sense. How about we set the Euler angles like this? really easy to make a good camera. You just don't add stupid acceleration to it and it's mostly fine. See, it's still doing this weird reset. Like, what's happening? Because the camera is literally not moving right now. Nothing is happening on the camera. Right? Yeah? The camera is not doing anything. And the player doesn't really do much other than rotate around. No, I've already changed that. Why is it working now? Well, it's kind of working, but it's not working. Why is that rotation changing? Fucking sense. What if we change this to local Euler angles? Dead. Maybe that makes more sense. Because there might be some issue with bullshit, but not really. Why does it get stuck like that? I'm not clamping it right now. What is happening? This makes no sense. See, I can rotate it like this just fine. We just go around and round and round and round and round. But here it just stops. Then it starts like spinning around, but that's because I'm not moving the mouse exactly straight, and Aerith ball is spinning around. Dumb guess, but maybe the function that rotates has a north pole. I've tried multiple ways to rotate. First, I tried doing it with a quaternion or whatever. I haven't worked in 3D before. And then I tried using transform.rotate, which just adds to the rotation. And now I'm just trying to change the Euler angles by just adding my mouse value to it. But it just won't go above that. It should just keep spinning around. Like, I don't get it. Unless I'm doing something that I'm not paying attention to. No, we're just rotating there. I'm not doing anything. And what's even stranger was here, when I was trying to clamp the position, wouldn't clamp it to the right value, and now it's getting clamped. Now that I removed the clamp, and now it's getting clamped. And see, now when I add the clamp back, the rotation, it goes back up to 90 every single time it goes below 0. What is up with these values? What the fuck is happening? How is this even possible? Now, what it does is it does rotate around. From what I've seen, once you get to minus 180, it goes back over to 180 plus, and then it goes, you know, around that way. But that should have nothing to do with this. Like, this should still work, because if we remove this and we add a debug.log, just print the angles. Unless there's something silly here. Like, now it's printing 0, that's my rotation. Now it's printing 300, 180, 180. But it says minus 123, 0, 0. Huh? Is this not the Euler angles? Am I retarded? Target.transform.rotation. Local rotation. I don't know. It should be the Euler angles. why is it showing something so different there? Because I assumed that was the local angles. The rotation based on the 0, 0, 0 point in the world. Yes. Oh, okay. So what's actually happening is it's actually 0 to 360, and it doesn't actually have minus 90. Even if it can show minus, it doesn't actually have minus. That's why whenever I go below 0, it gets clamped to 90. That's why that is weird. So it can't clamp it to minus 90 because we can't go below that. And I just want to be able to look up and down without the camera flipping over. Oh my god. What's the difference between the local and, yeah, non-local? Save it. Yeah. So when we are looking straight ahead here, we are at 0. If I try to look down, we're at 90. If I try to look up, we're at 270. This wigs me out. Like when I get there, it flips over. That, why does it do that? Because we've reached like the next loop of 360. I've looked at 2 guides for this now, and none of them were good. The first one, they used this quaternion thing, and they were setting the angles based on that, but that just resulted in, once you looked too high, it started like spinning around and stuff. There was no way to clamp it in a smart way. That's why I'm trying to just use the angle straight up. So if we want to clamp this, then you would have to do something like if target.transform.local Euler angles .x is greater than, it's less than 270 and .x is greater than 90. So what's the midpoint between 270 and 90? 270 minus 90 divided by 2. Plus 90 plus 90. Okay. So it's 180. If X. I don't think we need the first step, really. It's greater than 180. Then should equal 270. Is less than 180. Let's see if I'm retarded or not. It still does the flippy thing. Ugh. Maybe dot rotate is the proper way to go. It still needs to be able to be clamped somehow. Clamped without flipping over. Oh, doesn't get clamped. But at the very least, now it's not flipping anymore and getting weird. It starts at 0. Wait, what just happened? So now it should do something. Yeah. And it does do something. Okay. What happens here? So now when I move my mouse up, the local goes down, and so does world. But once we reach 270, it flips. And now it's going up again. So setting this has some kind of other effect. It's resetting something. Because it literally reset which direction it was getting changed. Unity, how to clamp rotation. This is the answer. Input get axis, and then they do rotate. And then they just clamp the fucking Euler angle exactly the way I was doing it. 5 upvotes. Approved reply. You can't even do this! That doesn't even work! You fucker! You can't set that directly. Fuck off. Once you feed your rotation into the transform and then try to get it back out, the rotation will be normalized to the range of 0 to 360. Yeah, we figured that out. So for example, if you give it a rotation of -10 and then read the value out again, it will come back as 350. Yeah? I actually have a separate spinning body and tilting head transform. Saves me time learning actual math. I mean... I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean, but I'm kind of trying to do something like that. Like, I have my ball here, which just represents the player character, and on that I have a separate object. And the only thing this has is a transform. And all I wanted to do was just rotate it, because the camera is a child of this. So... all I want to do is rotate this so that the camera moves around properly. Presets? No, there are no presets. But basic human movement is just moving forward. Like you don't need to do anything. You don't need to program like the legs. You just need to make a character move forward and then you play a little walking animation while he's walking. Oh. That's how they all do it, to be honest. It's just a question of timing your animations. Like, I can assure you, in The Witcher, for example, the character just moves forward. It's not programmed around like his legs standing on the ground and like pushing him forward or anything like that. Like, he just moves forward. The way it works, more than that, I think, is that they have an animation for his legs moving with the model as it's walking, and what you can do there is you can add like collision and collision detection and stuff to the inverse kinematics, so that when the foot moves forward with the momentum and it's supposed to get put down, it reacts to like colliders and stuff, and that way it kind of changes how his leg looks. But yeah, and that's why for our game I haven't done walking animations really. And that's because for me to animate a walking animation, I will need to know how fast we're moving in pixels per frame. Otherwise, you get sliding. And so basically, when animations have mismatched movement speed and running animation, you know, speed on the cycles, that's just them being lazy. Or them not having a good grasp on the fact that you need to know how fast you're moving before you animate. Almost all anime games have ice skating. And yeah, you don't... I don't really know how much you use physics for things, because physics aren't really that necessary. Like, you can get most effects that physics do without physics, to be honest. Like, a character having gravity, standing on the ground, even like carrying a load and getting like heavier, or you know, a foot being able to detect if it's standing on, you know, a slope or something. Like, you don't need physics for any of that. I think physics is meant to be more like a... more like an environmental thing. Kind of like Unity. A framework where once you have a physics system, you can just toss things into it and they'll handle themselves, more or less, based on these physics things. Causes programmers to get paid more, which is bad. Okay. But it's more than that, though. Physics is very unpredictable. So it can glitch out a lot. At least if you have bad physics. But that's very common. Unity's physics, for example, sucks ass. Like, if you play Valheim, you stand... Though, that's probably also a large issue with Valheim as well. Like, if you're standing too close to a tree when you chop it, once the tree turns into like the log, it can like one-shot you because you're just standing too close to it when it gets spawned. Because of the physics system's interaction with the damage. Why it's rotating so hard? Like, this is way overcomplicated just to rotate something. I just want to clamp it up and down. So let's try doing this. Let's do it like this. We have vertical angle here. Okay, let's go with vertical angle. Vertical angle is going to be equals this shit. Like so. And then we clamp that to minus 90 and 90 again. And then but I still don't think this makes sense. And then we pop this into the Euler angles. This is pretty much what I was doing before, though. That's not going very well. This should be target. Now I'm just setting my own. Oh. Wait. Vertical angle needs to be plus equals that. And then this should be vertical angle should be clamped. That. And then this gets set to vertical angle. About that. Well, that seems about right. So I think there's a small glitch here. They don't exactly understand. Because if we set this, I'm setting the rotation, right? And it's getting clamped. How can it then wobble? How can I get 271? That shouldn't be possible. How can I get 89? That should also not be possible. If I am clamping this to minus 90 and 90 here, how can it be 89? How can it overshoot when I'm clamping it before I'm setting it? Sure, why not? I only program 2D normally, so. Oh, I think I found it. It was still weird though, but it was this. I was setting the vertical angle to be 89 down here. But it was after this, so I didn't think it would do anything. But apparently it did. Yeah, I see how it did that. I see that. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing now. Except that you're using quaternions. I'm not. You reduced it by a line by the input there inside the clamp. Also, you do this. I have no idea what this means. I've programmed 2,000 lines of shader code, and like, I don't know how many thousands of lines for everything else for our pixel art project, but I've never used this in my entire life. You divide by 360 and you get what remains. Do I understand? Okay. Alright. Is that just what they're using to make the Euler angles loop from 0 to 360 forever internally? Is that just it? Is that how easy that is? Oh, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, I've done looping things before, and it was always a bunch of shitloads of code to get it to work without doing that. All right, so now we have an Aerith ball that can walk around, collide with shit. We're still using physics, and I still hate physics. Ideally, I would want the camera to get caught by the ground, but that feels a little bit like too much work right now. So what I want to do now is do something like this. Create a 3D cube. So the camera is behind in Z. That means this should be in front in Z. That. Now, if we start it, do we have a cube in front of us? We have a cube behind us. I made minus. Why did I put... Is trigger. I never remember how to do this. But you... Where do you add the box collider? Is that what we want? These already come with the colliders. Wish they didn't have colliders. I wish they all just had sphere colliders. Anyway. You need to have a custom object called enemy script. Make it easy. And then there's something called like void on collision enter. Believe. But I don't want it to be any collision. Collision. Fuck does this return? I don't like using Unity systems. I think that they are all weird. They're weird and they are constricted. Like they always have like something missing, and there's something. But yeah, like there's always something missing. You want an extra variable or something, and it's like, no, you can't do it. Sorry. Like buttons, Unity buttons, for example, are atrocious. And Unity's sliders barely work. So... How do I specify, like, collider variant or something like that? Imperial. For the most part, they just don't work for me. I've had them work before, but then randomly they just don't work. Even if you have like the event thing in here and whatnot, I don't know. So we can have a physics material. Is that what we use to determine what kind of object it is? We can make a material. But what's a physics material? There, physics material. Dynamic friction. So stupid. Maybe we should do a box collider inside player script instead. This makes no sense to me. If input.get button down attack. You can box cast. I don't really know what the best way to find colliders or collision like this for like inflicting damage on an enemy is in Unity. Physics.boxcast returns true. I don't think you really want to use the physics system for this. In fact, I think using the physics system as little as possible is probably preferable. Like moving objects and tilting objects. I don't... You have to use it to some degree for collision. If you want to be able to like push objects around and stuff. But for actual like hit detection and stuff, probably not.
深く息を吐いたら自然と初めましての空気苦痛に感じていたよどみを笑ってくれ
I think we don't wanna keep that. Now, I'm just thinking, like, oh, who would do this? I think I would do something like this. We need a public game object world container. And we go in here and we find my game object. We call it world container. Go into Aerith. World container. There. But yeah. Then I want public list of game objects. Is going to be world geos. And then what we want to do is world geos for you don't want your variable to be public, you can type serialized field ahead of it. I don't really care about objects or things not being public. I don't really understand what the point is of making something private other than hiding it in the inspector. Because I feel like how would I ever accidentally like access something that's not supposed to be accessed? But I don't know. They might intersect the scope. I guess. I don't remember how I did this. I have to I think I have to load up the other project. I'm still doing it there. The code might still be there. Get child recursive. Well, that was something I found online. For each transform in child, or transform child in object transform. Let's steal that for a second time. Like that. Now we have a list of all the objects, I believe. But that's not exactly what we want. What we want is a list of boxes. But now the problem here is that all our objects are just random spawned objects, and they all have different colliders. But what we can't do, I guess, is add a box collider to everything. You can see how what happens on a cube. Does that end up with 2 box colliders? Yeah. Okay, that's weird. So in reality, what this should be is well, whatever. If we press attack, then what we have to do is we have to check the hitbox, and how do we do that? Because what I want is I want the vertices of the box. That's gonna be. I mean, since it's a box, you still don't need more than 3 variables, do you? You need the bottom left corner. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do before, but it was. Like if you have a 3D box, all you really need is you need this corner and you need this corner. How do I get that? Well, is that true? That might not be true. We need that and we need the rotation, right? Then it gets weird. Yeah, I was trying to use on collision entry. Here. But I don't really understand what we're getting here. Maybe I'll look it up. Plus, this is physics. I honestly would rather avoid it, but... On collision, enter. Collision, collision. For each contact point, contact in collision.contacts. The collision does come with a bunch of things here. Collision.Lider. The collider we hit. That means you can get the game object off that. We can work with that for the time being. Go back to the cube system. Yeah, I typically prefer writing my own collision and just grabbing all the objects that are in the game into a list and then iterating through that. But it takes a little bit to program. I don't really know how Unity's collision system works. If it does any kind of compartmentalization. So on collision enter, if this has on collision enter, this is an enemy, then my hitbox should have trigger, and then it'll trigger the enemy collision. Crits for crits in the ass. Like that. Then I need public game object hitbox. Like, ideally, if I push this project longer or further, I would probably look into how to script a physics engine. See if it's, like, how much work it is to get rudimentary functionality into it. Because I do not want to use Unity's built-in stuff, really. I like using Unity as a platform, but I don't like building with its building blocks, for the most part. Performance physics is a rat's nest? Yeah. See that? Like, I just want to avoid falling into the same kind of pitfall Valheim have, where where they've only used Unity's prototyping features to make the entire game, and now they can't do anything. They made the entire terrain system using only Unity's terrain system. So they can't implement digging or anything because it's literally just a plane. All kinds of stuff like that. Also, it's nice to just have some control over what's happening. What am I doing? Right, hitbox. Hitbox. Enemy script, something is missing. Yeah, bye-bye. Name length does not exist. Don't need that. Be able to drag in my hitbox, which is my cube. And also give her health, strength, then when we press attack, we access our hitbox data, and we set damage equals strength equals armor pen. And then we simply do hitbox dot set active. The hitbox also needs public int. Let's make it a float. Duration, and it needs a private. Timeout. And instead of setting all of those things, let's do public void trigger hitbox. And it needs int damage, int armor pen, float duration. Damage equals damage, and armor pen duration equals duration, and timeout 0, and then in update, yes. Oh, that's a colon, not a semicolon. And in update, then we do timeout plus equals 1, times time dot delta time. Right? And then if timeout is greater than duration, then game object dot set active. And duration. Zero point 0.2. But we can also do, I think we can do well, I don't know. Ah, whatever. So now we've got an active hitbox, and then we need to check collision. And we try the try get component thing. Ugh. How it works? I never really used this much. Out. That. And then what? You do like if hitbox data is not equal null. health minus equals hitbox data dot damage plus hitbox data dot armor pen. Well, hitbox damage minus my defense armor penetration. Then if health is less than 0, active game object dot set active. What's my attack button? Did I rename it to attack? Not work. It needs to. Add to true. It works, but incredibly poorly. Duration like too low or something? Shouldn't be. So we can see something in our console. No, it doesn't activate. So it activated again. If get button down attack. Trigger hitbox. Gravity dead, sensitivity. What is the issue here? Jump. Positive button, mouse 0. Let's put the attack button on N. The mouse button that does it? No? No, it still doesn't work. I know why. I think. But not really. Because the jump worked fine. But let's try putting this in update simply. It might be I think it's the fixed update that doesn't really like get button down. That's my theory there. Yeah. Well, it's not dying. We don't have any hit detection feedback. They're not dying, that's for sure. Aye! So where am I right now? I'm right there. So this box is the one that's in front of us. And I have not added enemy scripts to any of them. That's why. This guy has 0 health, 0 defense there. Didn't that update? Huh? Alright, well, they all need an enemy script. Alright, so which one is this now? Got 23 health and 3 defense. Not taking any damage. He's not... And now it gets pushed instead. This is just supposed to be a trigger. On trigger enter is a separate event. Oh, okay. Wait, huh? Alright, alright, alright. I see. That's Collider. I have used this before, but it was years ago. I made a 2D collision system. Like it works in Game Maker. But I made it with a Unity physics system and physics collision boxes. And it was terrible. It was really bad. Oh! Oh! He's gaining health. Defense minus hitbox data, armor penetration. Oh, he's still gaining health. Is my math that retarded? Okay. So his health is getting reduced by hitbox data dot damage. Let's get rid of these. Let's see if it even reads the damage data, because it might just be reducing the or being 0 minus defense. Not doing any damage. My cube does 0 damage. Does it do 0 damage? Because I have not set my strength values. Strength 10, health 55, armor pen 1. Our favorite pillar. There. Now it takes damage. And it died! We killed it! We killed it! Yeah, you can't... You have to be a little bit more careful with... So there is a little bit of an issue here. If you click fast enough, you keep the hitbox active, and it should technically never kill an enemy because he only enters once, right? So you have to wait till that's done, but that makes sense. We're playing a sideways Eric sphere. Kill other spheres. Yeah! Yeah, I know about that one. But no, I just wanted them to take damage once from the box, but... This is just very basic stuff. What you can do, for example, is you can, if you want an attack to have like multiple hits in one hit, you can spawn multiple hitboxes successively. Instead of just having this like one hitbox. But even so, I think I would ideally still want to do it my way and just have a list of objects that we iterate through. And just check their bounding boxes versus the coordinates. Red level, blue level. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Work. Oh. Nope. Doesn't work. Man, this is set to WDM. What the fuck you choose here? Oh. Oh. There we go. There we got a swing attack. Export as MP3. Not Valheim assets. Audio. Effects. And we'll make a music one. Swoosh. .mp3. Bird sent me a squeak. Alright, we'll use the squeak. I actually had it downloaded already. Squeak. Effects. Could not open MP3 encoding library. Alright, let's encode as And then we need another new project. Make another one. Alright, let's cut out a little bit of that. Another one. And now we have a full array of sound effects. Aerith. Then let's see. We have an audio listener there. Audio source. Okay. And then on Aerith, we'll put audio clip. Call it jump audio. Wing audio. Land audio. And then my hitbox also gets to have one. Enemies get to have one. Then all of these also need to be audio sources. Start my old project and take a little peek. So, effect source, audio source. Audio objects. Battle theme audio source. effect source. Yeah, it just looks like that. Play on awake is off there. You just set the audio source clip. Play it. Alright, so player controls. We've got attack. We also want audio source equals audio source. Okay, Mark. Hello, Mark. Clip equals swing audio. Oh, this doesn't play here. Well, whatever. Just keep it there. If they die... I think this might not work though. It might stop playing once this becomes deactivated. Also, it might be really loud. But I specifically set the volume there. That there. Oh no, I put the audio clip there. Okay, never mind. That should be none. Didn't implement jumping. Or rather, it should be more something like this. In update, we have stuff like this. And then we need a bool jumping. And then here, in update, we set jumping to true. And then on the next physics update, it will trigger. And then we get the add force there. On project. But also, what audio sources should work kind of like object pooling. You should have a certain amount of audio sources, and that way you can position them where an object is playing the audio, and then once it's over, you disable it and it back. Because right now, they can't play the audio because they die. So we have the way we have to do it in that case is, let's see. That is exactly how they made Quake. I did. So here, when we go below health, below 0 health, the soul can issue the scream. Okay, yeah. But there's actually a problem with that, because if you just set active to false on the object, any child objects will also become false, or disabled. So what we have to do here is, how do I check if the it's finished playing? We can do this. If health is 0, then we do death equals true. Then in update, if death. Then we play all of this, and if audio source dot play is playing, that is false, then we disable that. We also set death to false. Soul is the parent object. You actually solved it. That actually works. Is playing doesn't work. To prove it could no. We're making not Valheim. But I'm also just super quickly prototyping things together right now. First time Aerith is voiced. Yes. Oh wait, hold on. Do that. Start with dying. I don't know if that makes more sense. If dying. If dying, then we do that, and then we set dying equals false, because we only want that to play once. So that could... It doesn't even need to... Oh, whatever. Let's just do it that way for now. Maybe something silly like that. It doesn't quite work now. What we can do instead is we can make a method here called void play death audio. Then we do that. And when you die, we set death to true, and we also set play death audio. But we can do if death equals false. That way it only plays once. Well, shit, the movement is so ass. I hate the fact that the mouse isn't locked. Man, how do you do that? How do you properly lock the mouse? Cursor don't lock mode or whatever doesn't work. Okay. Okay, so we can walk around. Can jump, though our jump power is too low. Yeah, but the problem I had with cursor, because I already did that. I wonder if I still have it here. Yeah. Okay. The problem I have is that once I do that, I'm not really sure how to properly update our rotations and stuff. Because the way I do it is I save the mouse position at the end of the update. And then on the next update, I do mouse position old minus input.mouse position, so I don't know how to properly get a mouse delta. But maybe I should do it the way you were doing. You just do the input thing. Does that give you an actual value that isn't just one? So it actually gives you like a distance that you moved. That might work. It's set up by default. Or rather, have I ruined it? No, it's still there. Right, let's try that. It does work. Yeah, I know. I haven't really looked into it. Haven't been arsed to learn. Now it's flipped. Try minus there. I think it's fucked up. Possibly because we are doing it in fixed update. Not a physics system, so let's put it there. Oh, that feels a lot better. Can kill Eric. So I'm a bit upset that the rotation, like the internal rotation of the sphere. Yeah. I think so. Like 2 ms or something. I don't remember. .02. Oh. Let's see if we can fix the offset here. Give a shit. What about here? There we go. Now we have Arid Ball right in front of us. Ah! Now, honestly, the next step that I really want to do is write a shader. Oh, that's gonna suck so hard. It's not gonna be fun anymore. Oh. This is gonna be a difficult shader. Because I don't know, like, if I want to continue really far with this this genre, because I don't know if I can do it. At least not without too much effort. And what genre? Valheim! It says not Valheim. We're making Valheim. Jesus Christ. But the thing is, I don't really want to mess around with 3D modeling and texturing too heavily. And what I would prefer doing is if I could get some kind of, I don't know, pixel art shader going. I've never seen a good pixel art shader, but it would be nice to try. I saw the clip. I don't know what the clip is. Made a clip of the squeak. Okay. Now the question is, how the hell do you make a character walk, like, in a way that makes any sense using the physics engine? Needs more drag, at the very least. Mass. What does Aerith weigh? 90 kilos. Bonk. Throat is full of mucus? Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that. That seems better at least than one. Something like that. Now, what could we do next? Yeah, I did make a physics material, and I did see that. So that's how you make like an individual object have different behavior, I guess. But that's only on the collider. Not part of the rigid body. Alright, what next? Let's try... Is it Kib's time? It's Kib's time. What I was gonna do was I was gonna make the objects not 3D anymore and just be 2D, like a plane with a sprite on it. Which isn't really the goal, but it would look a bit nicer. But that's about all we've got for today, because we have a meeting, and we'll play some Valheim after that. I might do a little bit more on this tomorrow as well, but either that or try 3D modeling a little bit, but because it would be nice to make a very, very simple 3D model, give it kinematics and try to actually animate it walking and see what we can do there. But I have never used Blender properly before, so... But I'll be back in like 2 hours or something. See you then. Thanks for hanging. Bye bye. You have a meeting with the bed? Well, that's not a bad meeting.